go. Okay, so what was I gonna do here? Okay, yeah, we still only have 10 dwarves. We're not really doing much. I was going to set up specific smelters to do specific things. Although I don't know if I want to do that for lignite coal. That's just annoying. Two more? Really? Oh. Okay, well these ones just aren't built yet. I thought I had plenty though, damn. How many peahens are there? They should be getting butchered. Right? Auto butcher on? Yeah. Uh-huh. I guess I can change this. Should be more like that. I don't really need to dig deeper yet, do I? Well, I never had any flux, so... Still, elevation 30. That's pretty high. Should be reminding myself that I only have 10 dwarves, though. So, work's not going to get done that quick. This is probably worth putting on 1. Hmm. Oh, did I not? Cloth, but I didn't set a, oh, I don't have that much cloth. Yeah, this was sand. Which I guess you could. Nice. Okay. No flux zone. I don't know if I'm gonna. Kind of losing hope. Magnetite. Ah, water. No. No migrants? That's not good. God damn it. Why not? Probably because I just traded like crap. We did start like a month before winter, so... I'll just play this out. It's a good site. That would suck if I can't do anything on it. Okay. Quinoa and cabbage. Um, so yeah, I don't... Oh man, like half of our dwarves are miners. We can't assign any more than that. It's already insane. It's a wonder any hauling is getting done. So what if I just... And also... make charcoal. Yeah. Ten, 20. Yeah, we have 20 bedrooms. Just make 20 of these and be done with it. We're worried about scaling up later. God damn it, one of my dwarves is already... This guy's getting even more pissed off. Mm. God damn. It's just the bags holding up everything. No. Just leave it solid. Oh. Of course. blast furnace. And a stockpile for sand. Well, can't really collect sand yet anyways because we need bags. Everything relies on bags. Meat. And fish. No, I can't process plant to bag. I don't have bag. Okay. Everything I got is basically being planted. Good. Hopefully the traders come through soon. There they are. Okay, that's probably lots. Do I have a broker? Yes. Okay, good. 76 is a lot of stuff for 10 dwarves to move, actually. Okay, well, everything is too much. Which is good. Well, no, not really good, but to be expected. Okay. I don't need the instruments that bad yet. I really gotta dump. It's the bins. There we go. There. I feel like that's about the best I could do. Oh, there's actually... I should have a finished goods stockpile here for this stuff. Shell and bone. Okay, I'm not even behind on that. There's not that much of this. But I can make... Okay, so... Gotta make... that stockpile. Empty bag, empty bag, empty bag. Same story. Oh my god, this guy's gonna snap. just tell. Martial training. Atis bim blah blah blah. Is he? Yeah. There. He can be in a squad by himself. For now. What if we just make a sham barracks that's not really... You know what, we could make one... Oh. Those weren't quite finished. Migrants? Oh my god, no! Am I gonna be stuck at 10 dwarves? Why? This is bad. just too much work for them to do. Hopefully this dude that's pissed chills out. Brass ring. Nice. Unfriendly and disagreeable. Oh, they can't even plant him anymore. Late autumn. It's not going to be migrants in winter. God damn. Does it freeze here in winter? I don't even remember. Don't even know what to watch. This, I guess. This is what we want to know. Our bags being produced. Let's just... Crafts. Charcoal. Nice. Dogs. Into winter we go. I think I'm doing okay. Too bad no dwarves are showing up, though. And it's a bit worrying. I'm gonna have to really dig for Fluxstone, but oh well. It's not that big of a deal. What is this gypsum now? Sorry about that. Oh yeah, plump helmets and dimple cups, because it's winter. Okay. This is like a cute little operation, I guess. Not much going on. Might take a little break. Leave the game running, because I don't think much is going to happen. A charcoal work order is probably not a smart idea. There we go. Jeez, no one wants to haul gems anymore. Okay, cloth bag. Nice. that there's actually bags available. Now they don't want to do it. Big surprise. I thought I turned auto cheese on. How does that work? Because I got a bunch of milk. Why doesn't it cheese? Let's just do that. No. I want to use this one for that for some reason. It's kind of annoying. Straight puppy. Oh, poor stray puppy. Yeah, I don't really know what to do now, other than wait. Oh, this dude's gonna do some milling. Milling is gonna happen. Or no, he's planting cave wheat. No. Hopefully this doesn't kill this guy. Forgot we could just... not do that. And... yeah. There's not enough water in here. I forgot about that. Oop. What? Okay. There we go. Even that's not really doing it, is it? Three to seven. Four to seven. Okay, well this is working good enough, I guess. What what went bad? Oh, rotten cheese already? rose quartz, eh? Early spring. Oh. There we go. Damn, my dwarves are getting unhappy. I don't know what to do. Fuck. Nothing to catch. Not much happening anywhere. Maybe I'm being impatient, but I'm starting to feel like this is going to be hopeless. Sweet pods. this? Oh, that's good news. No, 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 no. Auto butcher, what? Yeah, you got way too many. Way too many. It's because of that. They won't be assigned to that many egg layers for long. Nice. We're going to be getting some good meat out of that. Okay, this is getting filled up again. Nice. That's put together. Nice. Fishing? Yep. Okay, everything's going good. Nice. Sand. How much sand do I have? 3. Okay. I should actually... just use it, because then I get 3 bags out of it. Should have used it a while ago. Oh well. We'll be back into pigtail season pretty soon. What's this? I must have bought chips and plaster. Okay. Butchering is happening. Leather making is happening. I picked a bad time to walk away. I got a bot and I got... 19 migrants all in one go. That's pretty awesome. Some of them are pissed right off though. Fuck. Whoa, what happened? What the hell happened? Showed up just to die, I guess? Oh, I don't even have slabs though. Okay, well... Yay and damn at the same time. What the f... Why? Why did he do that? Okay, we gotta get hospital started, I guess. We're gonna have injured people. Okay. Okay, well... We can start making doors, because we got lots of... stone. So we can actually start using it now. No. Material, none. There we go. Summer already? Damn. Um, oh, right. I gotta... Yeah. Shoral. Orion, well, there it is. Chert, right? We're just gonna end up using chert for everything on this map, I think. Mill barrel, just flour. What about oh shit, that's a lot. Oh well. We do once again, I'm like racking up way more work than what they can actually do. Maybe mudstone. Maybe mudstone should be the stone for me. I'm wary about making a quantum stockpile. Why is my broker completely naked? I guess they're not naked, but they're close to it. Why, though? Why? I already have a shirt. Okay, the broker found clothes somehow. There you go. Just need to withdraw a few things. So I don't have that much. What all do they even have? Just buying shit and not even knowing what it is. Okay. Well, that was fun. redstone. Just make 25 of those. Indigo. Tourmaline. This. Do I even look at this closely? Not really. Oh. Yeah, okay. Maybe you? Migrants again? Yay. Okay. Okay. Put that guy in. No. Who are these guys that are pissed? Fight. Okay. Um, it's pretty much all the rock furniture, isn't it? Okay, somebody went and collected a lot of gems. That's nice. Somebody's pissed off, though. Oh. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Now he's going to sleep. The expedition leader is the only woodcutter. Interesting. I should just make this guy, yeah. Make like a bunch of those. Even this isn't really enough bedrooms. so. Summer. Okay, good. Guildhall agreement. Nice. Into autumn. How much shit are we gonna have to trade with the dwarves?
And today on the bench, I've got a Pioneer receiver from 1977. It's an SX550. It's been sent in by Tony for a bit of a service. Let's take a look. Well, this thing's in really nice condition. It's a nice looking unit. Pretty immaculate inside, I have to say. So, what's wrong with it? I'm told that one of the channels is missing from the auxiliary input. That needs investigating. And he also suspects that the dial isn't quite calibrated with the frequency. So we'll have to look at that one. But its most exciting thing is developed is disco mode. Let's see. So here's disco mode. The lights that pulse with the music. If I can find any music.
Just trader.com and you'll get reputable reviewed tradespeople in your area, because you can always trust a trader.
We put it on the auxiliary channels. And there we see there's actually a channel missing. Well, that's not really helpful. Just throw that off sync so we can see the balance control. Yeah, it's not that, it's totally lost it. Try rattling some of these knobs. No, it's not that one. What else we got? Now, none of these are giving the game away here. Try the volume. No, no sign of anything there. Oh, that's mono. That's the mono button, don't be fooled. We should also check the phono input just for completeness. Let's get the levels down a bit though first. Say 3 millivolts. I'd only be deafened by it. Let's turn the volume down as well. Well, the phono's working fine. Let's check the balance. Yeah, nothing wrong there. With an amp of this vintage, it's not going to be overly complicated for the signal switching. They didn't get silly for another 10 years or so. So, I don't think it's going to be that difficult, and I still think most of the problems are going to be on the front panel. I think the disco light effect is the main switch. I think it's gone high resistance, and this has been upgraded with LED lights, and they will show the voltage change very drastically. Right, so now I've got a plan of action. Let's turn this off. So I think all the knobs are going to have to come off, which is always a little bit fraught. Oh, these are coming off quite nicely actually. So be carefully going to get this nut off here. There we go. Don't want to scratch the panel. If you let this dial cord get unravelled, you're creating more work for yourself. So I'm a bit of a fan of taping it up. At least this way, it's somewhere near where it started off. And another one for the bottom. I can get my finger in. Now to release the tension off the string, I'm just going to slacken this pulley off a little. No, actually I'm going to completely take it off. There we are. Now this is free to be unwound. Of course, with these Japanese amps, you want to be using the Japanese screwdriver that fits better. It really is worth it. I don't know how I came to miss this big knob here. Strange. Oh well. There it goes. I get some of these nuts off these potentiometers. Can't get that one off. Come on. I think I'm going to have a look at the underneath of this, just in case. It makes life a bit easier. Look at that old vintage PCB layout. Oh, all done with tape tracing. This is the power amp section as well. This is nice. The exposed solder mask there is created like a solder lines and all these. It's actually made the tracks thicker, so this has got a lower resistance, carries more current. Nice touch. Now I'm sort of hoping that I can take all the dodgy parts out of this without removing the boards. So I think I'll take this black metal frame off here. There's a lot of screws. My word, there is. Another one hiding in there. Sneaky lot. it reveals more metal covers. Wow, they certainly weren't skimping on cost when they made this. So I'm going to have to take this screw out here. Then I've got a couple of screws onto the PCB itself. Oh no, there's more screws in here. This is the selector switch here, and it looks a bit black in there. They're pretty tarnished. We should bell out the board from the auxiliary sockets to make sure that signal gets there. So, no, that one. That one's good, and this one, yeah. Signal's getting to the switch. Well, I'm predicting a few horror stories here. This is the selector switch here. It's got two sides to it. But I'm seeing just here, there's bent over little tabs here and there. Oh, we've seen before. These have a habit of snapping off. We'll start with the easy ones. See if I can heat this up and get under it. That may have got it. Comes out easy now. Let's get these power wires off. Hopefully they aren't wrapped around and around. Of course they're wrapped round and round. Cut them off. I've spotted something. This microphone input socket has actually got switches in, and this should be switching one of the auxiliary channels through it, and this one does, this one doesn't. That's where the trouble is. So that's got to come out as well. But again, they've gone and bent these pins over. Just the one, I think, but that's got to be straightened up. Oh no, and that one. And this one. And they've used the biggest pins on here, so I haven't got a tool that will desolder this apart from the hand pump, and I'm not sure how well it's going to do it. Oh, it's it broke. Another problem to sort out later. That's the front panel components. I wonder how many of them are bad. I mean, it's looking in general. These have got black legs. That's not a coating they put on. That is just tarnished, and we'll probably find it's like that inside. But we don't need to worry too much because these are going in the ultrasonic cleaner. These wafer switches here are a bit more exposed. You can actually see the contacts. This one's a little grubby, it's not too bad, but this has got the dodgy main switch on the back. We'll give that a quick little measure. Yeah, it's a 41 ohm switch. That's not even a thing. So that was what's causing the disco light effect. There's a few horrendous articles here. See if you can see inside this. This is the headphone socket, and those contacts are also just completely black. And this is the microphone socket. There's lots of contacts because it actually switches the auxiliary inputs in and out. And you can see the state of the contacts. They are very heavily tarnished. Yeah, these need a real good go in the ultrasonic cleaner. Let's see if I can do anything with the main switch, because this could be a challenge. Because this switch has got, I think, 4 or 5 positions for these speakers. I need a switch that's off in position 1 and stays on in positions 2, 3 and 4. Not very easy to find. So I'm hoping there might be some chance of repairing this. Oh, it just let's clear the space for some things to pop out. The one end just opened. There could be springs fly out of this. This could go very badly wrong. There it goes. So that's its off position. So that's how the switch works. Yeah, these are a bit of a troublesome thing. These switch contacts are actually, they put a lot of research into the materials to coat them with to, you know, handle the electrical arc. Because when this thing turns on and off, it charges up some big capacitors inside, so it could be quite an inrush. And it's yeah, it's bad for the switches. Although it does have a suppression capacitor across it, which should help prevent this happening. But yeah, after 45 years, it's it gave up. I mean, to get this off, it could be just sort of sanded back with some fine sandpaper and polished up. But I don't know how long it's going to last. Well, I've given these contacts a bit of a wipe just to see what they look like under the microscope, because switches get quite badly damaged. You can see it's actually got a crater in it. Let's zoom right in. Yeah, look at that. What's the other side like? Be similar. Yeah, there's some real there's real depth to this. It has really had a battering. In essence, I could just file it down, but I need to put a really good finish on there. So it's slightly domed, as you saw. So I think polishing is going to be in order. Once it's polished out, then silver plating. Just using a bit of wet and dry paper to sort of level off the damage. You can see it is getting smaller as we go. It is shrinking. Still a bit persists in the centre. God, it goes on a while. This is quite a lot of work to do. If I can get all this done whilst the parts are driving in the oven, I'll be very happy. I don't know if I recommend this. I don't know if it's going to work brilliantly. I don't know if it's a good idea. I have every faith in Tony telling me if it doesn't last very long. Well, the craters are gone now, so I just need to give this a polish, so I'm going to put it on the polishing machine. Well, being so small, they don't take long to polish, and yeah,
Pretty.
they're pretty polished.
Can't believe I'm a barony.
Next step is
I only
to
have
put it
36
I just
dwarves.
set up a miniature electroplating line. It's got some fairly nasty chemicals in this, so I won't be using it for long. That sounds like I'm going to die, doesn't it? So from left to right, we've got the process. We've got an acid pickle. This would be hydrochloric acid and some various other stuff. Probably not much else. The silver plating solution is pretty horrific. What's it? Potassium cyanide and God knows what. Yeah, don't drink it. Nasty. And there's also got this brightener. Don't know what's in it, but yeah, equally as horrible. You have to put a few drops of this into the silver plating solution because it goes off somehow, but I've always had good results. Follow the instructions and it works. And finally, this is just distilled water. Don't mix them up, they all look the same. For the electroplating current, I'm just using, what, 26 milliamps? Bit of a gut feeling. I'm actually going to do the plating with what is basically a cotton bud or Q-tip.
Well, that was another good trade.
Tube. Ideal for tiny contacts. Well, the contacts are quite small, so I've got no choice, but I'm just going to plop the whole things in the acid pickle for about 5 minutes. That should do. Just clean that very well, nice and bright. Let's put that in the distilled water. And this springy one. Yes, nice. So you have to put the negative lead on the thing you want to plate. Then the positive is in there. So literally dip this in the silver solution and then rub it on there. I put a cover over this because it gives off a bit of fumes, so keep that down. See how this goes.
Jeez, this guy's got problems. Martial training.
Not sure what I make it. It appears to have silver plated the copper part just perfectly. I'm not sure what's gone on with the contact. Yeah. We'll see how that works out. I'll give that a little
Maybe
rinse.
that's why he was flipping out, because he knows he's a better broker.
We'll see if this
Whatever,
goes any
fine.
good
You
or
can
it's
try to
just
be the
ruined.
broker.
I'm not
I don't
sure.
care.
Give it a bit of a wipe. With a, it's called a jeweler's rouge cloth. I do see speckles of metal lying on the blue mat underneath, which
Okay.
it looks like it's flaked
Let's
off
try
the copper
this.
part. It's supposed to stick to copper really well, but I don't know. That plating just comes straight off. I'm going for a second attempt now. I'm going to try heating the part up a bit because I was reading the troubleshooting guides of the brush plating thing, and it can be that the parts are just a bit too cold. So we'll try again. I've also turned the current down a bit. Let's take that heat away just a bit further. I can't turn that lower
Why
than,
isn't that
100
broker
degrees.
showing up on
I'm
here?
trying to
Is
do
he
it as quickly.
named?
So it's a much slower plating now. Half the current. It's looking good. As long as it stays on. So we'll see. Just give this a little rub. Do we get the same trouble? think this has been successful. You can just see the old flakiness from the original plating. It's not, so this fresh plating is a much finer coat, and yeah, it doesn't appear to be coming off. So those flakes there are the original ones, so I don't think it's this one. So I think that's worked. Just got to do the other one. So attach the crocodile clip. It's all good to go. Just freshen up the solution. Don't want too much on. Put the lid back on as well. It smells strong and it's deadly. Oh, ice creams. I've actually got the door open to let the fumes out in here, so you're hearing everything going on in the street.
Okay.
And again, just checking, those little fragments are just embedded in the mat. They're not new ones, so this plating's not come off. So it must have been the current was too high. Lovely, lovely job. We're now ready to put the contacts back in the switch. So here goes. It's not a complicated rebuild, this one. Look at that, lovely. Just pop the bobbin back in. Oh, it was the other way up, I recall. See if I can just, oh, see if we can operate that. Fabulous. That can stay there now. Just check the contact resistance there, and it is, oh, perfect. 0.1 ohms. That's the lead. In fact, yeah, hardly any resistance. That is brilliant. So we'll just pop the lid on that. Like a new one. Perfect. Right, I've got that set to be the right way, so it's currently in the off position now, as is the actual rotary switch. So just push that onto there. There we are. Just check that that's still in the off position now it's on. Yes, it is. Perfect. Let's pop these little washers and nuts on.
Okay, I definitely got enough bedrooms. Good, good, good.
And please fit a 5.5mm nut spinner.
Just gotta make the Baron happy.
5mm? Yes, they do. So to put the Varista back on. Might just slightly bend its legs, not too much, because out of respect for people who might have to service this in the future, they don't have to cut the legs off like I did.
Crowns,
Might be an idea just to put a
no.
little bit of solder on there. I don't want to fill the holes up though, because I won't get the wire in. That's just tacked on there, and there, just tack that one in. So put a little bit of grease on this ball. This mechanism around here. Now just a little bit of oil just in there. Right, who's next? These switches don't seem too bad actually. These got a nice feel to them. Yeah, I think these are fine as they are. I'll leave those alone. How about these? Yeah, they don't need anything. About these potentiometers. Tiny bit of oil just in the shaft. That one's good. And this one.
More dwarves. Nice.
Let's see if I can wrestle these switches back in. There's a bit of a fiddle just come out. Well, I'm going to see if I can sneak the power switch in from underneath. It's not liking it that way. I can tell where the holes are. Oh, I'm virtually there. I'm virtually there. It's in. Let's get some solder on it. Get a feel on for now. Oh, cock. I forgot I cut these wires off. I need to bare the end and I can barely reach them. Oh, another struggle. Okay, if I can pull them with the pliers, maybe I can just bare a bit off. That's enough, I think. Same with this white one. So I can just tin the ends. Same with the red one.
Why did you bring that cage there? Weird.
We'll try for another funny camera angle here. I can stick that through there. It's got to work out now. If I can get the soldering iron in and the solder with you lot in my way. Honestly, trying to solder that with you lot in the way. You nuisance. Anyway, we can get these pots in now. These are a bit easier. But I'm not bending the legs over, because that's a right nasty trick. We're at one tapped in. Come on, solder, melt. And hold it straight. Get a diagonal on it. Don't forget the headphone socket, Mark. There we go. also need to check this microphone socket, that the contacts aren't working in there. And that one is there, and here and here, that's good. We also need to check the soldered one. And the way to do that is to plug something in, and this should now connect to there, and it does, so it is soldered. Likewise up here. Yeah, so that's going to work now. Dial cord needs to go back here over this pulley. Give a bit of tension on that. And the same at the bottom. Just try and pull this over this pulley here. I'm just going to wedge a screwdriver in there just to keep that in place. Just going to put the pulley back on. It's a long screw. I'm just going to wrap some turns around this. 1, 2, 3, and that should then go over the pulley. Let's get some tension on that spring. I've got to stage now we're going to test it. I also need to rig some apparatus up to check the tuners calibrate. Okay, I've had a bit of a nerd out on this thing. I wanted to check the calibration of the radio section, the gauge, which led me to hook up some RF equipment to it. I was also doing some tests and found out that the LED lights are still flickering with the noise. I checked the switch resistance, it's perfect. I've also checked the resistance of selector switches. I've gone straight from the mains cable all the way to the transformer. It's perfect. There's no resistance, there's no voltage dropping cables under the load. So something more in depth is happening. So I've got loads to show you. I've got an antenna on the FM aerial sockets there. I've also got the auxiliary input that I was checking before, make sure that's working. Which it does. I'll tell you that for free. Spoilers. I've got this oscilloscope probe on here picking up the 8-volt AC supply from the transformer, which powers up all these lights. There would have been incandescent bulbs before, which, as I mentioned before, they would have been a bit slower to sort of flicker. You wouldn't notice as much, but these are quite fast acting, so you're going to see it more. However, I don't think that's all of it. This oscilloscope is showing the 8-volt AC waveform. You can see that the top's not rounded, it's flat topped a bit, and that's referred to as harmonic distortion, should you ever wonder what that looks like, in terms of power quality anyway. If I tune this into something, see as it goes in and out of tune that the voltage is distorting. If I turn it up or down, you'll see, you turn it down it's stable, as you turn it up, and you can see in the lights they're flickering with it. You can see there I've got it's on bypass, there's no resistance in the line, and the current, the ammeter's dancing about quite a bit. This ant's working hard, but is it in spec? There's a question. Now this is rated at 20 watts per channel, so let's have a look at what it does. So if I put this on a sine wave input, she's on both channels, told you it would be. We can see what the peak output is. So I've got this load bank set here. These resistors give me a selectable between 16 or 8 ohms. It's set on 8 ohms per channel right now. So that's giving the load. So these are getting a bit warm right now. We can see the output on this oscilloscope. Just dial it in there. So it's a nice sine wave. I've also got it hooked up on this cable to this audio analyzer. This is actually measuring the RMS power from one of the channels onto 8 ohms. So I can measure that whilst seeing where it distorts. Let's turn this up till I start to see it going flat topped there. So there is distortion, it's out of voltage there, but that's the right nubbin, just there. Over 21 watts, it's exactly as it should be. So unfortunately my best guess is it's the transformer itself. It's not faulty. I think it's just the way it is. It's basically giving all it can. In fact, we can actually see the current flowing on these red wires, these on the output of the transformer. I put this current probe on, just clip that around there. Now we've got this green line on here, that's the current from the probe. That's going to show us what's going on. The AC voltage is charging up the capacitors inside the amplifier, all these big black cans now. They're only taking the current when the voltage presented to them exceeds what the voltage is that's already on them. So you've just got a little bit of current at the peaks, at the top and the bottom. And these are what's flattening off the tops of the waveform. If I turn the volume up, which puts more load on this, you'll see that these grow to the extent, and you can start to see now, we can see the modulation in there. That's the 1 kilohertz test signals actually coming through there. So yeah, that's what's happening. Current's being drawn, it's loading the transformer up and it can't keep up with the capacitors. Yes, I don't think there's anything more I can really do with that, so I'm going to park that. So put some of this equipment away and we'll look at the radio tuner next. Now I've got a bit more room again, I can talk about what's going on here. This is a spectrum analyzer which lets us see the radio frequencies really visually. Great tool. Right, this is a bit of heavy duty hardware back from the 80s. It would have cost a fortune, this machine. So what we've got, these peaks up here, these are like radio stations that we can just see there. I can actually move this dot around the screen. I can, so this one there, what's that? It's 98 megahertz, so whoever that is. We can just, a lot of these will be familiar to people in the UK. 92.8, some a strong one. 90, and what we've got here, 88. That's probably radio too. This is the radio tuner board in the amplifier here. It's pretty much half of the amplifier is dedicated to it. And this part, when we move the tuner, you can see these plates are literally metal plates and they mesh together to create more capacitance and separate to have less. And this is how the unit tunes in. It actually has a local oscillator in here. And this is what you're varying with. Something called a super heterodyne receiver. We really don't want to get into that. Not on an amp service video. Anyway, but I can show you some of it on the analyzer. So this is to do the FM tuning. If I turn the dial, you'll see that this changes frequency. That's bottomed out there. We can have a look at this. If I can actually tell this to find the peak, go to centre frequency, it's measuring that at 98.24 megahertz. Another thing I can do, I can zoom in on the frequencies a bit. Okay, I'm now scanning through the frequencies all the way to the end, and the capacitors all the way. Okay, so we now got the needle on the very end, and the frequency now is 119.5 megahertz. So, and it's supposed to top out at about 109. So we can see that this is tracking about 10 megahertz more than the frequency it wants to look at. Plug the aerial back in and all the channels will reappear. There we go. As we move the tuner, you can see down here it's wandering around. There you are. A little lesson. You may be wondering, why am I showing you this? Well, I think it's cool, but it is actually for calibrating the tuner, or at least knowing where to put the needle. Now I found a bit of radio space here in the UK that's pretty dead. It is 104 megahertz. There's not much going on. So I'm going to inject a signal in the local area. Sorry everyone. But no one's listening to that, are they? I've got an RF signal generator here, that's using radio frequency. This is programmed now to give me some frequency modulation, 20 kilohertz FM, so that'll be quite a loud signal. It's going to be a sine wave, and also 1 kilohertz tone, I'm transmitting on 104 megahertz through this little aerial here, that's all. Won't go far if I turn that on. -9 dBm. It's about as low as I can go and the thing still detects it. 104 megahertz on. Now we should be able to find that and listen to it. Now there's two ways to adjust this really. I mean the proper way is to slacken this screw off and turn this on the shaft, which is probably a bit awkward. Yeah, the needle's loose on the mountings, it's actually moved. So I'm just going to hold that dead steady and I think just slide that over. There we go. 104. Perfect. Better check all these other inputs whilst I'm at it. So we'll do the phono. Just put 3 millivolts in there. Yeah, phono's good. And just check the B speakers. There we go. Also great. Well, I think that's about all this amp can do. Everything's tested. Just put the covers on. Well, all back together. Looks just like it did when it arrived, to be honest. That's probably a good thing. Well, that was more trouble than I was expecting, but you know. Shame we couldn't fix the lights flickering the disco mode, but hey, disco mode's pretty cool, yeah? Oh, not so fast. I'm not happy with leaving it like that. I fetched this back out and decided to put a regulator on the lights. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. It's actually a really simple fix. I've hooked it up to the main DC supply for the amplifier, the plus 28 volt rail. Just put a 10 volt regulator on and see how it works. I've just tacked it onto there for now, just as a convenient heatsink and proof of concept. Nice and bright. And that flickering's gone. Perfect. Just unhook these crocodile clips to install it properly. I'm going to solder a fuse in series with this, just in case it goes wrong. Top of this transformer is very convenient. Slide some heat shrink over the fuse. Tin the legs. These regulators, this is a 7/8 series positive regulator, so you put your incoming power on the left hand leg. Put this orange wire on for the outputs. Let's put some yellow heat shrink on that. And this is going to be very convenient just to mount it on this tab here. Don't think it's used for anything. So we'll pop the regulator on there. Pop a little washer on. And then look. So I might turn that round to make better contact. I'll just twist this orange wire onto here. Not a massive fan of cable nuts, but I'll stick with them. May be convenient for replacing the LEDs should they ever fail.
Jay and Guz, a shunken farewell. We heard Major Day after.
Well, they're nice and stable now. Hopefully Tony's a happy man. Catch you next time.
This guy's pissed. This guy's so pissed. He's been pissed the whole time, too. At least it's just a farmer's workshop, but still. Do I need to get a dungeon going? Is that what I need to do? Wasn't really planning on doing that right away. I don't even have a fucking captain of the guard, let alone a hammer or any of that shit. It would even be good for this. Let's look at this. Okay, Ashtan. There's peace. Whatever, we're gonna put him in. We're gonna make that fucker the sheriff. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so we need office and a dining hall for the sheriff now. Okay, so we'll do that.
Welcome to History for Granite. Join me to explore ancient Egypt. Please subscribe, and together we'll uncover secrets from the past written in stone. The Great Pyramid of Giza is one of humanity's most inspiring achievements, a testament to the power of creativity to manifest wonders beyond belief. Today, I am truly excited to discuss my favorite part of this great wonder, the portcullis antechamber which sealed the king's chamber. But before we dive in, I must begin with some words of caution. Once you go through this door with me, there is no going back. We are going so far down the rabbit hole that I must reveal many secrets to explain a grand new theory. My best analogy for the Great Pyramid is that it is civilization's greatest magic trick. In this video, I hope you will be dazzled and delighted as I do my best to deconstruct this masterpiece. But after time has passed, there may be some mixed feelings about the mystery which is no longer there. Don't worry, we have plenty of other puzzles to examine. However, this may be the very biggest. Like a magic trick, once you know how it all works, you never quite see it the same way again. Don't say, I didn't warn you. The concept of tomb security is what grabbed my attention when I first started researching the pyramids of Egypt. After giving myself permission to take this work seriously, I was engaged in an endless series of hypothetical scenarios. If I were a pharaoh, how would I best secure a pyramid? And if I were a robber, what methods would I use to attack a fortified tomb? It's easy to see in the present that no physical barrier can prevent humans from intruding upon a burial filled with treasure given enough time and visibility. This obvious observation gave rise to the idea the pyramids were a great folly and the Egyptians great fools for prominently advertising royal burials. But surely everyone can see, in order to construct these mighty pyramids, that true genius was at work. As such, it is the height of arrogance to assume the minds responsible didn't understand the ramifications of their actions. The rise of 4th Dynasty pyramids came suddenly, following early Egyptian dynasties that contained an arms race of larger mastabas with increasingly heavy portcullis blocking stones. I am grateful for Egyptologist Reg Clark's books on tomb security, which trace the evolution of how early dynastic burials were fortified. Clark deserves credit for being the first Egyptologist to examine tomb security in a comprehensive way. Here is a brief summary of security methods used before the Great Pyramid. The catch-22 of completing a tomb in anticipation of your death is that it requires a passage to enter the burial and lay the deceased to rest. No matter how deep you dig, nor how large the mastaba above may get, there was still a passage created for the body to arrive at its destination. In spite of Egyptians backfilling this passage, it was easier to dig through and would obviously lead to the burial location below. It is evident from the constantly changing layout of tomb entrances that mastabas were being plundered very soon after burials were completed. A security innovation that began during Egypt's 1st dynasty was that of a portcullis. The idea was a stone wider than the entrance passage could be lowered into it from above after a burial. A small vertical groove, called an emplacement, would allow the portcullis to seal a completed tomb from the outside. Then the emplacement would be filled up and the portcullis could no longer be moved. These early dynastic portcullises were made of limestone or sandstone, and this was often a harder material than the surrounding bedrock and backfill. In this era, many tomb robbers would not have the tools or skill set to penetrate the harder stone, and thus the portcullis would be a formidable barrier. There are examples of tomb robbers going to great lengths to avoid attacking a portcullis directly. Sometimes they would even dig out the entire portcullis emplacement just to be able to tilt or lever it out of place and sneak past. The mightiest mastabas of the early dynastic period used increasingly large portcullises weighing up to 42,000 pounds. Often more than one was used, and even up to 6 separate slabs blocked a single passage. Under the first stepped pyramid of 3rd Dynasty pharaoh Djoser, a few burial shafts were found to have portcullises similar to the mastabas of its era. The earliest pyramid to contain a portcullis within it was the bent pyramid of Snefru, first king of the 4th dynasty. Notably, the only portcullis within it that could have sealed the upper chamber was never closed. After the reign of Snefru, portcullises are no longer found within mastaba burials. At Giza, the pyramids are the only prominent tombs to use them. The next pharaoh after Snefru was his son Khufu, who set out to build the largest pyramid of all time. When the Great Pyramid arrived at Giza, it was the very first crypt to use a portcullis made of granite. We know this because the antechamber is made of granite, and surviving fragments of the portcullis are still found within the pyramid. I previously made a video about the surviving pieces, however, I misidentified one in the grotto. The portcullis fragment is the squared block in the floor, and this other stone, which confused me, is something else that has not been identified. The design of Khufu's portcullis antechamber is complex, and previous efforts at reconstructing it often invent pieces for which there is no physical evidence to back up such claims. I confess, when I set out to understand this space, I was quite intimidated. Observing the interplay of granite and limestone blocks in a net diagram of the room provoked the question, how can anyone ever hope to understand the logic that crafted this machine? It felt as though I was looking at the Antikythera mechanism right after it was plucked out of the ocean. You could tell something smart was going on, even if pieces were damaged and missing. The known parts to this portcullis chamber are as follows. The room is entered from the top of the Grand Gallery through a short passage about 103 centimeters wide and 112 centimeters tall. The blocks around this passage making up the wall between the rooms are made of limestone. This may be a conservation of granite material because the real defense lay beyond this short entrance. The room itself is 3.8 meters tall, and upon entering there is a 54 centimeter gap that one can immediately stand up within. In front of this gap are 2 granite beams stacked on top of each other and suspended in air by extending into the side walls. These 2 blocks are colloquially known as the granite leaf. The open passage beneath the granite leaf has approximately the same dimensions of the corridor in which one enters the room from the north. Behind and to the south of the granite leaf are 3 portcullis emplacements, each 55 centimeters deep. They are very closely spaced together, with only 15 centimeters between them, as seen from the vertical protrusions in both walls. The space between the granite leaf and the first portcullis is even smaller, at 8 centimeters. The upper part of the antechamber is wider than the portcullis emplacements, with wainscot ledges adding 21 centimeters of width to the room on both sides. These 2 wainscots are notably different, with the western one being slightly higher and containing 3 semicircular grooves, each located above a portcullis emplacement. The height of the eastern wainscot is approximately level with the bottom of the grooves that are cut into the western one. Finally, at the end of the chamber on its southern wall, there are 4 thin vertical grooves carved into the lintel above the corridor leading to the king's chamber. At the top of this lintel, an anomalous strip of limestone is found. Whether or not this limestone was designed to cushion the lintel or simply conserving granite where it was not needed is up for debate. A few researchers have expressed concern over the fact that the thin vertical grooves taper dramatically smaller at the bottom. Flinders Petrie even thought that in the damaged section the grooves would have entirely closed up. But a few measurements and basic math tell us the portcullis stones could project up to 40 centimeters above the corridor to the king's chamber. Since we have the top sections of multiple portcullis stones, and their rope holes are only 21 centimeters from the top of the block, that is plenty of clearance for the portcullis holes to overlap the grooves before they taper shut. The obvious consequence is that ropes could be threaded down the grooves and through the portcullis holes to maneuver the southern stone directly against the wall with a tight fit. The maneuvering of portcullis stones with ropes is a key point of inquiry, which takes us back to earlier uses in mastaba burials. Some portcullis blocks in mastabas had rope holes, including examples of the largest ones. A controlled descent for enormous stones would be desirable and easily facilitated for a mastaba, where at the top you have space for unlimited manpower. The unknown variable is what rigging the Egyptians used to change the direction of force from the portcullis pulling down to the workers pulling horizontally. The cramped space of the portcullis chamber is not comparable to what could be accomplished in the open air above a mastaba, and this is a point we will return to later in the video. The most important question about the Great Pyramid's portcullis is why it was designed in such a way that anyone could climb over the granite leaf to the area above the stones where the rigging for ropes and logs existed. Conventional wisdom says this is an enormous security flaw, as highlighted by Dieter Arnold in his seminal book on construction titled Building in Egypt. Quote, "The system was rather naive because the robbers could easily climb over the lowered portcullises through the maneuvering chamber and chisel off enough of the granite of the architrave over the entrance door." End quote. It's likely that Arnold's description is exactly what happened because of the visible damage to the ceiling of the corridor behind the southern portcullis stone. Calling the builders of the Great Pyramid naive is a polite way of saying they were great fools, and this is where my curiosity went into overdrive. The statement simply did not ring true to me, and thus I decided an alternative explanation was warranted. If anyone wants to accuse me of bias, I will lay it out right here for you. A goal of my investigation was to see if I could understand the Great Pyramid's portcullis in a manner that was explainable beyond naivete. This brings us to the perspective of the robbers of antiquity and how they would attack a tomb's defenses. There are 3 methods for attacking a portcullis. 1, it can be levered or pried out of position to navigate under it. 2, it can be attacked directly and demolished. 3, it can be circumvented by digging around it. The distinction between digging through a portcullis and digging around it only matters if they are made from different types of stone. Thus, the material of the blockage is the most important factor for that type of attack. Next, it must be considered how much time and effort each type of attack would require. Obviously, this will vary greatly based upon the skill of the intruders and the amount of material they must excavate. My loose estimate of time required for such attacks are as follows. Levering a portcullis would take hours to days. Digging through limestone would take days to weeks. Digging through granite would take weeks to months. Even with that simple of a threat matrix, you can see why levering attacks would be considered the most serious. It's the only potential method where intruders might overwhelm security or sneak undetected and penetrate a tomb within a single night. For mastabas, the portcullis was lowered in from the outside and its emplacement filled up, therefore a levering attack would at least require some excavation beforehand. But in pyramids, a portcullis required empty space to hold it in position before being closed, and thus they were immediately vulnerable to levering. With that basic understanding, it's clear the threat of levering is what a pyramid architect would be overly concerned with. Compounding this concern is that the pharaoh has trained a literal army of workers in the skill of levering to construct the pyramid with years of practice under their belts. It is obvious the ancient Egyptians were aware of this vulnerability because the earliest portcullis design within the bent pyramid completely neutralizes a levering attack. The portcullis stone slides at an oblique angle and penetrates deep below the level of the floor. The time it would take intruders to dig out the limestone floor and determine which direction the stone could be levered would be equal or greater than the time it would take to penetrate the limestone blockage itself. The risk of a single night breach is therefore eliminated. This model of understanding allows us to evaluate the next pyramid portcullis design, the one within the Great Pyramid. A key requirement for a levering attack is vertical clearance because levers are long and maneuvering space is a limiting factor in their effectiveness. This limitation may be the primary reason why so many pyramid corridors have small dimensions, not much more than a square meter. The granite leaf constrains the clearance for a levering attack on the first portcullis down to the height of the corridor. This closest portcullis could still be levered by a skilled crew, however the key question is how high up it could be lifted. The higher the stone is elevated, the less vertical clearance there is to manipulate a lever. It gets dramatically more difficult as the block is raised, and the halfway point is probably the best that could be accomplished quickly. This reveals the ingenious defense provided by 3 portcullis stones in close proximity. The first stone might be levered up about 55 centimeters, but then it protects the next stone, which could only be levered half of that, and by the time you get to the last portcullis, only about 14 centimeters of lift can be accomplished. This is smaller than the skull of an adult human and not enough space to sneak under. If a levering attack could have been accomplished at the Great Pyramid, the time required would be significantly more than a single night. The only alternative was to break through granite, and even though only the inner portcullis stone protects from such an attack, the time required to achieve this would be significant. We have eliminated naivete as a factor in the Great Pyramid's portcullis design, but this in turn raises more questions. Why did the Egyptians change so dramatically from the bent pyramid's design, which was constructed with the same anti-levering principles? It was logical to lower portcullis stones with ropes in mastabas because of the significant vertical distance they needed to travel and the maneuvering point existing from above. Neither of these factors is true for the Great Pyramid, and so the reasoning for the rope method is not obvious. Lowering a portcullis without ropes was done in almost every pyramid after the Great Pyramid, but I find it unlikely Khufu's architects weren't aware of such methods. It's still a bit of tricky work. The vertical supports under the heavy stone may need to be hammered out a bit, and then perhaps a rope was tied to the supports, so a sudden yank from a work crew could create the force necessary to pull them out. The question of how rope rigging for the portcullis stones was arranged in the Great Pyramid is a complex problem that I will speculate more about in a future video. The bigger problem is that each granite block weighed about 4,500 pounds, and lowering that amount of weight in a controlled manner requires a lot of manpower. There's no point in using ropes for the portcullis stones if they are to come crashing down uncontrolled, so how did the Egyptians harness the force necessary to accomplish this? The portcullis antechamber only contains enough space for a few people, and their strength alone would have a negligible impact on pulling against 4,500 pounds. I am aware that some ingenious methods involving counterweights or increased friction may be hypothesized, but since no other portcullis could have used those techniques, I find such speculations unlikely. Fortunately, the Grand Gallery is very close to the portcullis antechamber, which has ample space for the manpower required to control 4,500 pounds of weight. The exact manner by which the ropes were directed into the Grand Gallery is uncertain, and again we'll save that analysis for another video. But whatever the method, it wasn't more complex than rigging models proposed in Building in Egypt by Dieter Arnold. We've now covered the method of controlling the Great Pyramid's portcullis, but the deeper question of why it was designed this way is far more important. Why so greatly complicate the lowering of these granite blocks when simpler methods were used before and after? Why questions are the tough ones, and they require evidence far stronger than speculations about the rigging of ropes. We need to simplify our reconstruction to its most basic functionality, moving a portcullis from the open position to the closed one. The key piece of evidence will be found on the floor of the portcullis chamber, where slots were made for supports that would hold the stones in their elevated position. Supports under the stones would be the only method of holding the blocks up in every other pyramid portcullis that did not use ropes. But there's a critical difference between what we see in every other pyramid's portcullis floor and the floor here at the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid is the only portcullis where the slots exist, securing the supports below the level of the floor. Removing supports to let a portcullis fall is the most difficult part of the mechanism, but you can't pull them out if they are embedded under the floor with the weight of the portcullis on top of them. The only way to get the supports out at the Great Pyramid would be to lift the portcullis with the ropes and manpower in the Grand Gallery. Indeed, you would never put slots in the floor if you couldn't do this, which is why no other portcullis has them. And let me be crystal clear on this point. If you can muster the power to lift a portcullis up and off its supports, there is no reason whatsoever that you cannot fully open and close the portcullis repeatedly at will. Even if there were some ingenious methods of removing the supports without lifting the portcullis, there is no angle of attack for them except directly under the granite blocks themselves. It is crazy to think anyone would attempt to release a portcullis while underneath it. The ability to raise and lower the portcullis repeatedly is the critical answer of why it was designed this way in the Great Pyramid. And once you understand that point, the full brilliance of the design becomes apparent. It's openable, but still secure against a levering attack. You need a large team to open it, probably about 30 men. But with the rigging kept out of sight from the Grand Gallery, knowledge of its precise operation was hidden from the muscle used to pull it open. The portcullis is thus a lockable door, secured with the secrecy of its operation and a physical barrier that only a prolonged attack could penetrate. This design was not naive. This was true genius at work. When solving this puzzle years ago, I was quite pleased, but I was still operating under a model of pyramids Egyptology hammered into me. My earliest speculation was a lockable door would be necessary in the short term, because filling the room with enormous treasures was more than a day's job, and you'd really want it physically secured. The Great Pyramid's enormous size makes bringing objects inside a long and slow journey. But soon, nagging thoughts grew in my mind. The scolding academic voice that says nothing is special about the Great Pyramid, and that following smaller pyramids fulfill the same purpose. And sure enough, Old Kingdom pyramids that follow Khufu are designed with portcullises that could be opened and shut as well. Levering them up was less elegant, but the builders clearly made the portcullises vulnerable on purpose. It was at this point that I took a long pause in the portcullis work, because the gravity of my proposal started to weigh down on me. I try not to fall in love with my own ideas, and the discoveries were becoming very radical. The physical evidence of the portcullis operation was quite strong. However, fear of missing critical evidence kept holding me back. A reimagining of Old Kingdom pyramids as permanently accessible seemed within reach, but the mental block preventing that conclusion was substantial. I can hear the defenders of conventional wisdom in my head as I write this. But they were plugged! The pyramids were plugged up! Will come the replies of skeptics. Were they now? Were they really? It's very natural to assume long and narrow descending corridors would have been filled with plug stones. They appear designed to accommodate them. Not only that, but the few pyramids which have secondary entrances did have those passages entirely plugged. The unplugging of the Bent Pyramid and Khafre's Pyramid only occurred with modern archaeology in the 19th and 20th centuries. It's only natural people have assumed all the main entrances were originally plugged as well. The physical evidence of such plugging, however, does not exist. This point is not even contested within Egyptology. It is merely taken for granted that it must have occurred even though we can't detect it. Flinders Petrie was the earliest and most capable archaeologist to investigate this matter before later damage occurred in the passages, and here is what he had to say. Quote, "The passages of the pyramids show no trace of continuous plugging, nor indeed any plugging beyond the closing of the mouths of some passages, merely to prevent their being detected. On the contrary, there are incidental proofs in the mortaring, etc., that no general plugging was ever introduced or extracted." End quote. In Reg Clark's books, he bends over backwards trying to explain that Snefru's pyramids must have been plugged entirely, even as he reluctantly admits there is no physical evidence for such plugging. His book ends with the Red Pyramid, and the Great Pyramid is not discussed. For plugging to have occurred, it needed to be the worst job imaginable with smooth rubble, but that's not what we see in plugged passages that were abandoned. It's just assumed that the plugs were 100% cleared out in every pyramid by looters who had perfected the skill of large plug extraction. Since the Great Pyramid is our focus, let's compare it to the pyramids that come right before and after it. Probably the pyramid which directly preceded Khufu was the satellite pyramid to the Bent Pyramid. This is an ideal point of comparison because it did in fact have some plugging. 3 or 4 plug stones were stored in its ascending passage, 2 of which became stuck and never slid into place. This design is the closest thing that we have to the Great Pyramid's ascending corridor with the 3 granite plugs. But why were the Egyptians plugging pyramids from the inside when it would be much easier to do so from the outside? Conventional wisdom said they did both, for the more plugged a pyramid is, the more secure it is. However, here, at the Bent's Satellite Pyramid, there is an aborted robber's tunnel at the bottom of the entrance passage, right before the ascending passage plug blocks that we know existed. Did looters perfectly extract plugs all the way down, only to drastically change tactics when the passage inclined upwards, only to give up and return to removing the plugs? I propose only the ascending passage was plugged, and that robbers, having never seen a plugged pyramid entrance before, attempted to go both around and through them at the same time. Since only 3 meters of plugging slid into place, the notably short tunnel was abandoned as soon as the other team broke through. Now, let's look at the enormous pyramid of Khafre, which follows the Great Pyramid. It had 2 entrances. The secondary one beneath the bedrock was plugged with enormous limestone blocks removed in the 1800s. The main entrance passage is made entirely of granite for the over 30 meters it extends towards a single granite portcullis. Plugging this corridor with granite would seem to be the ultimate defense. Over 30 meters of the hardest stone to penetrate, with no weak points in the floors, walls, or ceiling. But the remains of plugs at Khafre have never been found, yet granite fragments are easy to identify at the Giza Plateau. Indeed, there is an enormous amount of granite left over from its lowest angled casing stones, but not a single squared piece that could have belonged to a plug. The Robber's Tunnel at Khafre is also quite remarkable in that it travels over 40 meters through the pyramid with an angled turn to exit directly beyond the granite portcullis. Surely we can't believe perfectly defeating over 30 meters of granite plugging was accomplished, but the last 37 centimeters of granite portcullis proved too great a defense. The portcullis remains pristine except for the damage Howard Weiss drilled into it in 1837. I propose the Robber's Tunnel at Khafre finds the perfect exit point because the intruders simply walked down the descending corridor, measured the length to the portcullis, and planned their trajectory accordingly. What the robbers couldn't know was how much granite lay in front of them at the portcullis. Other pyramids contain 3 slabs, and the robbers overshot the single granite stone a bit, hoping to avoid the granite at all costs. They were probably a bit chafed upon discovering only 37 centimeters of granite had originally blocked their path. Now let's look at the Great Pyramid, with its 3 granite plugs having closed the ascending passage. The question must be raised again, why are we plugging the pyramid from this direction inside? It's risky and technically complicated, and many Egyptologists claim the well shaft was needed just for the workers to escape after having finished the job. If the goal was to close the pyramid permanently after a burial, you'd simply push granite plugs from the entrance down as far as you could. It would be way more secure and much less complicated. But there's a deeper question that must be asked. If you're plugging a pyramid, why bother with a portcullis at all? At Khafre, there could have been over 30 meters of granite plugging, so what exactly is a 37 centimeter portcullis contributing in the first place? The only explanation I've ever read is that somehow the portcullis would be a more expedient method of closure. But a single plug adds more defense than the portcullis, and there's plenty of reason to believe releasing a portcullis from its supports is slower and more complicated than pushing a plug down a passage. As I have proposed, the portcullis exists to be opened and closed, and this is why they remain in pyramids. This understanding reveals why the Great Pyramid has its granite plugs in the ascending passage. These plugs within the pyramid can be released at any time. You don't need infrastructure outside the pyramid to store those plugging stones. Indeed, that is the only good reason to plug a pyramid from the interior, so that it can be done long after the pyramid is completed. The granite plugs are a fail-safe security feature, a way to close the Great Pyramid permanently at a much later time. When and why that occurred is a wonderful mystery, and I hope some carbon is trapped within lubrication or plaster on the hidden side of the plugs. Perhaps someday an investigation will reveal the answer. The last pyramids of the Old Kingdom at the end of the 5th and 6th dynasties had a small area near their entrances for a granite plug. But these entrances were at ground level, and the plugging could also have occurred long after those pyramids were completed. In the Pyramid of Niusara, the limestone block which was supposed to backstop the single granite plug slid too far down the corridor, almost as if it was a rushed or sloppy job, just like the earliest example at the satellite pyramid to the bent pyramid, where two plugs never slid into place. Once you understand that Old Kingdom pyramids were made accessible, so many other details start to make sense. It's why the drum roll of a false door was carved above the portcullis, so that visitors could spiritually connect with the king even if they couldn't pass through. It's why the only sarcophagi with lockable lids are found in pyramids, so they would still be secure with visitors in the chamber. It's why we see door hinges at pyramid entrances. It's why Strabo wrote of a movable door at the Great Pyramid in 17 AD. It's why the only Old Kingdom pyramid portcullis that could never be pulleyed or levered open was the only one never sealed. It's why pyramid portcullises are smaller and lighter than the ones found in mastabas built before them. It's why pyramid texts disappear after the Old Kingdom when pyramids were no longer made accessible. It's why robbers' tunnels found their way from the outside of pyramids directly to the portcullis stones. It's why so many pyramids after the Great Pyramid replicate its three successive portcullis design. It's why the only evidence for pyramid plugging is the kind that could be done long after a burial. It's why portcullis stones are no longer found in mastabas with the building of the Great Pyramid. And last but certainly not least, it's why the Great Pyramid King's Chamber was constructed with channels for air. But even with all the evidence in support of a new pyramid security model, there was one last detail that needed an explanation before I was satisfied. The enigma that fuels every ridiculous and half-baked idea about the Great Pyramid. The strange and mysterious layout of the three chambers within the monument. You all know the classic story that the underground chamber and Queen's Chamber were backup burial chambers, built in case the pharaoh died early or some other unforeseen change of plan. That explanation always held a shred of plausibility because these two chambers were indeed unfinished. But neither of those rooms held a sarcophagus, nor were they constructed in a way you could ever intend to bring one in. The underground chamber even has its entrance passage squeezed smaller, which must have made excavating the chamber much more difficult. You would never leave the access point smaller than the final design because of how badly this slows down the work. And the Queen's Chamber looks nothing like the King's Chamber, so how could it be intended to fulfill the same purpose? It wasn't until I got a look at the top of the chimney in the bent pyramid that the answer finally revealed itself. For the bent pyramid is the model that the Great Pyramid evolved from, and once I understood it properly, the rest could fall into place. The answer to the riddle is that these two rooms are not backup burial chambers. These two rooms are backup chambers of worship. The final design of the Great Pyramid was always planned. You couldn't place the largest granite block so high as an afterthought. The only thing the builders were unsure of was if the innovative design of an accessible yet secure king's chamber could be achieved. The bent pyramid's lower section is remarkably similar to the Great Pyramid's design. One enters by descending downward, only to turn upward with a high corbelled gallery to inspire awe. You then proceed to a chamber with a chimney-like structure which spiritually connects you to the burial above. But for the Great Pyramid, this was only a failsafe in case the King's Chamber portcullis didn't work as planned. The goal all along was for visitors to ascend all the way into the King's Chamber and pay their respects directly. This is why the Queen's Chamber has air channels that were never finished, in addition to its unfinished floor and unfinished threshold. It's also why the Queen's Chamber was covered under the floor of the Grand Gallery, so that it would be hidden and forgotten if everything went according to plan. The reason the soaring Grand Gallery and King's Chamber look so impressive is they were designed to inspire awe among the living. Not a one-time deal for a funeral procession, but to entice people to pay their respects over and over. Room service for eternity. That seems to be the general idea. This reveals the true genius of the Great Pyramid. It's not a mountain of stone to keep people out. It's a mountain of stone to keep people coming inside. A full and deep realization that no stone barrier will ever stop intruders if a burial is abandoned, and that only the living can protect the dead. It explains why the entire Giza necropolis is designed in a tightly organized manner around the Great Pyramid, and even why Khufu was able to build the largest pyramid of all time. The power of a king depends on buy-in from his inner circle, the elites of society who run everything on a day-to-day manner. These elites who could make the Great Pyramid happen would be rewarded with a burial under its shadow, the umbrella of protection afforded by a monument that could never be forgotten. And none of these mastabas at Giza were ever built with a portcullis because of this new understanding of what tomb security really is. Building the Great Pyramid so large was not an irrational burst of spiritual fanaticism. It was a rational response to the observation that big, impressive structures attract the curiosity of mankind. And there you have it, this crazy YouTube conspiracy video, which claims the Great Pyramid of antiquity is the same as the Great Pyramid of today. A monument that draws people inside to see miracles made in stone. On this channel, I have been critical of Egyptology at times, but I do want to acknowledge the hard work of the many forgotten individuals whose contributions made this video possible. Not long ago, we didn't even know which pyramid belonged to which pharaoh, nor the order of their construction, and just solving that was an enormous job. I am standing on the shoulders of many explorers, archaeologists, and researchers whose documentation allowed me to set upon this adventure. I will also try not to begrudge those who disagree with me. This is a big change, and change never comes easy. But I don't envy those who will take up a position opposing this work. There's a classic criticism towards purveyors of ancient aliens or lost civilizations that such ideas discredit the intelligence and capabilities of the Egyptians. This is a criticism I mostly agree with. But anyone dismissing this video as amateur nonsense will now find themselves on the other side of that criticism. For it is they who will be claiming the ancient Egyptians were great fools and that their tomb security was naive and capricious. It is they who will insist the pyramids were plugged up, even though no physical evidence exists for such plugging. It is they who will insist the Egyptians could not learn from their mistakes and designed vulnerable portcullises and pyramids again and 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 again. And it is they who will claim the genius which manifested these stone giants never considered building so big would attract the attention of humanity forever. When I started this research, I wasn't aiming to rewrite history. I only wanted to know why the pyramids were built the way they were built. It seemed to me that given the time and effort to make them, every decision would be well considered. I expect people will argue about ideas in this video long after we've faded into history. That's what makes it fun. We'll never get it exactly right. The goal is simply to be less wrong than what came before. So, what can I say? May the best explanation prevail. Thanks to everyone who watched this video to the end. Please subscribe to the channel to see more of this content. Give a like or comment as you see fit. And above all, remember to ask your friends if they take their history for granted. Welcome to History for Granite. Join me to explore ancient Egypt. Please subscribe, and together we'll uncover secrets from the past written in stone. The Great Pyramid of Giza is perhaps the most famous structure ever built, with an enduring capacity to inspire awe and wonder from across the globe. While perhaps this fame was confined to the Middle East for the first 2,000 years of its existence, knowledge of this achievement quickly spread when travelers from Greece and Italy recorded the grandeur they witnessed. Considering the size and spectacle of the Giza pyramids, it's remarkable how few written records about them from antiquity have survived. These written testimonies are extremely valuable because they provide insight into how the pyramids looked and functioned before their casing stones were removed and further destruction was wrought upon them. The surviving texts come from 4 authors before the medieval period of Egypt, and they include Herodotus in 430 BC, Diodorus Siculus in 60 BC, Strabo in 24 BC, and Pliny the Elder in 20 AD. All 4 texts include details that required the authors to have personally visited Giza to acquire such knowledge, although some information was likely copied from their respective predecessors. The Great Pyramid was originally 756 feet in length on its sides, and Herodotus gives a measurement of 800 feet, Diodorus Siculus says 700 feet, and Pliny recorded 883 feet. The margin of error between Herodotus and Diodorus could be explained by the size of their respective feet and rounding to the nearest 100. Flinders Petrie pointed out that Pliny, who gave the most precise number, could have used a foot measurement of 10.27 inches, which is exactly half of the short form of an Egyptian cubit. This would make his margin of error only 1 in 230, a very accurate record. But alongside the reliable data from these chronicles are entirely fanciful accounts. Herodotus infamously claimed Pharaoh Khufu made his own daughter sell herself to pay for the Great Pyramid, which she also was paid in stones from her clients to build her smaller pyramid next to it. The challenge then becomes figuring out what information from these ancient authors is accurate and what parts are embellished stories told through generations of folklore. There are many rich details in those chronicles which are worth analyzing, but this video will focus on just one common element in all 4 histories. A key question posed by studying all 4 authors from antiquity is, why do they all fail to record any mention of the upper chamber system of the Great Pyramid? The soaring Grand Gallery and Granite King's Chamber with its flat ceiling are awe-inspiring features that surely would have been recorded if they were witnessed. This critical omission from their writings led many scholars to assume the the upper chambers were undiscovered until 832 AD, when Caliph al-Ma'mun claimed to create the Robbers' Tunnel and describes the upper chamber system. However, the most well-educated on this subject have generally agreed there is no way the Great Pyramid's upper chambers could have escaped looting for over 3,000 years, and so some other explanation is required. Even Howard Weiss back in 1837 was wise to this fact, writing, quote, "By whom they were first violated will never probably be ascertained, but the Caliph al-Ma'mun seems to have explored the most of them. Few travelers have had either leisure or opportunity to examine them minutely, for the hostility of the Arabs appears to have been always formidable, and considerable labor and time were necessary to obtain any satisfactory results." End quote. This reasonable explanation still falls short of explaining why writers from antiquity would miss the grand upper chambers entirely, because if the pyramid had been fully opened, how could such passages be accidentally overlooked? One more consideration is that even if the few authors from antiquity somehow missed those upper chambers, why don't we have graffiti there from other travelers contemporary with the Greek and Roman empires? But let's start with the missing testimony of the four ancient authors in the context of their respective descriptions. Herodotus was the earliest recorded author, and this combined with his fame as the father of history must have heavily influenced subsequent visitors. Even the best 19th century explorers to the Great Pyramid drew inspiration from his writings. Herodotus mentions a subterranean chamber inside the hill on which the pyramid stands, but his description of the chamber itself is very odd. He claims that the chamber contains an island made by introducing a canal from the Nile. I can somewhat imagine the unexcavated rock being embellished as an island in the context of the dead-end tunnel to the south interpreted as drawing water from the Nile. But this is an ancient speculative reconstruction and not how anyone seeing the actual space would describe it without being influenced by such tales. So either Herodotus never actually went into the Great Pyramid, or he only relayed the story about its interior as told by the local guides. Next, we have Diodorus Siculus, who makes no mention of the pyramid interior at all. His descriptions of Giza are among the most precise, particularly with his exact count of granite courses at the Pyramid of Menkaure. It's a pity he didn't venture inside, but history shows very few visitors to the pyramid had the courage to explore their interiors before the modern era. Strabo wrote of a movable stone at the pyramid entrance, saying it opens to a sloping passage leading to a vault. This means at the very least Strabo reached the pyramid entrance, and so it seems favorable that he actually went inside to document the descending corridor and subterranean chamber. Finally, we have Pliny the Elder, who adds the most interesting detail of all. He writes that within the Great Pyramid there is a well 86 cubits deep, and that the river is supposed to have been let in by it. The long vertical tunnel connecting the bottom of the descending corridor to the Grand Gallery is still known today as the well shaft, probably because Pliny used that term in his description. Measuring the full well shaft today gives a length of about 128 cubits, but if you measure the well shaft starting from the grotto to the bottom, you get about 88 cubits. These numbers, however, do not use the short form of the cubit that Petrie thought Pliny used to measure the pyramid's length. The question then becomes, if Pliny was aware of the well shaft, how could those upper chambers to where the well shaft leads be entirely omitted? Also, if you're looking at the well shaft from the bottom, how could you think the river is let in by it? Unfortunately, those questions remain unanswered, and it will be another 800 years until we get a detailed description of the Great Pyramid's interior, as relayed by Al-Mamun when he claims the Robbers' Tunnel as his own creation. But after Al-Mamun makes the upper pyramid chambers more accessible, a curious thing happens, which is that the descending corridor and subterranean chamber are entirely plugged with debris. This doesn't occur right away, for Abdel-Latif al-Baghdadi's description of the pyramid 4 centuries later, around the year 1200, indicates they were still accessible. But sometime in the late 1500s, when European explorers began documenting the Great Pyramid, the lower section became inaccessible just below where the robbers' excavation connects the descending corridor to the ascending passage. Christoph Führer in 1565 was able to climb the entire well shaft and access the subterranean chamber. By 1588, the underground chamber was no longer accessible. However, Samuel Keichel was still barely able to access the well shaft and climb up it. A few years later, in 1591, Prospero Alpini seems unaware of the underground chamber, and by 1611, Francois Savary de Brève confirms the descending corridor is entirely plugged to the upper chamber access point. Visitors to the Great Pyramid afterwards were completely unaware that the descending corridor continued to an underground chamber if they were not familiar with the accounts from antiquity which described it. The underground section of the Great Pyramid would remain plugged until 1817, when Captain Giovanni Caviglia excavated to rediscover the bottom of the well shaft and into the subterranean chamber. He found there a few roughly formed Roman characters drawn with a flame of a candle upon the ceiling, but they were nearly illegible as the rock had eroded away. Thus, the provenance of Roman graffiti could be determined, but the message was lost to time. The story of concealed chambers within the Great Pyramid could very well have ended in 1817 with Caviglia's expedition. But as we all know, history has a way of repeating itself, and these patterns can lead us to truths that might otherwise remain as unanswered questions. A key testimony comes in January of 1865, when British astronomer Charles Piazzi Smith paid a visit to the Great Pyramid. Smith was quite obsessed with the monument and chronicled in great detail his experiences exploring and measuring it. He writes in his book, Life and Work at the Great Pyramid Volume 1, that a local guide named Ali Dobry offered to lead him through the pyramid interior. Smith had studied the writings of Caviglia and Weiss from their expeditions decades prior, and so he was already familiar with the full layout of the Great Pyramid. So it was with great surprise that Smith found the descending corridor blocked with sand exactly below where the descending corridor opens to the excavation leading to the upper chambers. Smith writes in his book the exchange between him and his guide Ali that took place at that moment. Quote, "This is the road," said Ali, trying to lead the thoughts he saw rising in our minds by over-officiously showing the way into a large cavernous-looking hole that opened out sideways from the west wall of the entrance passage just above the anomalous sandbank. "Yes, I see it is," was the reply, "if you mean the way up to the first ascending passage, for that is Caliph Al-Mamun's hole, and just where it should be. But stop here for a moment, if you please, O Ali, who knowest more than any other pyramid guide, and explain what is the meaning of this great bank of sand blocking up so cruelly all the lower part of the entrance passage beyond this point which we have reached, and preventing any access to the subterranean chamber." Ali responds, quote, "It just means what you say, precisely that and nothing more. For no one can go beyond the sand, but if they want to see the king's chamber and sarcophagus and everything else that all the travelers come to visit, they must turn off here into Al-Mamun's hole and so go up, just as I told you." "Pray though," we asked, "who first brought the sand into the passage?" But Ali was not well pleased with this question and tried to parry it by asking argumentatively how the travelers could ever get through the pyramid quick enough if they had to go down the long subterranean passage in addition to visiting the upper galleries and the chambers there. They had not the strength enough for it too, he said, and so it was for the travelers' own good that the Arabs were obliged to stop up the passage completely and show there was no hollow space beyond that, for if anything at all of a hole were left visibly open, the travelers were so troublesome in asking where that hole led to and then insisting on being taken there. And has no tourist, during all that time, ever seen or asked by name to be shown the subterranean chamber at the bottom of this entrance passage? We persisted in inquiring. "But how are the travelers to know that any chamber is there if they don't see it?" urged he. "And if they don't know there is such a thing, how can they have any desire to see it? Once on a time, perhaps, there used to be travelers who knew all about the pyramid, but," muttered he, ruefully shaking his head, "there's a great change come over all the travelers in late years." Ali continues, quote, "Only a very few, too, of all those travelers ever go inside the pyramid. And as they don't pay any more than their friends who merely went up the outside, the poor Arabs can't afford to let them know that there are many chambers or passages. It wouldn't do at all to let the travelers stop too long inside the pyramid. Outside, it may be well enough if they liked it, but inside they are burning our candles all the time, and Arabs can't find wax candles by digging any day in the tombs." End quote. This remarkable conversation lays out exactly why Greek and Roman travelers from antiquity could have missed the upper chamber system. It wasn't that the upper chambers had never been discovered, nor was it that the 26th dynasty restorations had perfectly concealed the access points for 1300 years until Al-Mamun's visit in 832 AD. Rather, the best explanation is that the local guides in antiquity plugged openings to the upper chambers and steered visitors away from inquiring about them as potential points of interest. They did this simply because taking visitors into the pyramid was an unpleasant, somewhat dangerous task, and they wanted to make the trip as quick and profitable as possible. In antiquity, there was no way for foreigners to know that the upper chamber system existed because no writings of them were ever distributed. Therefore, the locals could get away with pretending such spaces did not exist, and visitors would be quite satisfied only visiting the subterranean chamber. The original choice of hiding the upper chambers rather than the underground space was probably due to the upper chambers being more hazardous, time-consuming, and unpleasant due to the infestation of bats and trapped moisture. 1,500 years later, when European tourists more frequently travel to Giza, the magnificent upper chambers are well known, and so the local guides can't get away with pretending they don't exist. So, they instead make tours short by plugging the descending corridor right to the point where you gain access to the ascending passage. This most effectively camouflages that the descending corridor continues because it no longer looks like an intersection between two spaces. Other authors corroborate Charles Piazzi Smith's experience at the Great Pyramid, including a French squire named Jean Carlier de Pignon, who visited in 1579. He writes, quote, "The guides who accompany those who go to see these pyramids throw a large number of large stones into the said entrance as soon as we leave the pyramid, demonstrating by their stingy nature, since they do this so that we are forced, whenever there is someone who wishes to see these places, to use them to remove said stones, and by this means they draw some money from them." End quote. The plugging of the well shaft, in addition to the underground section of the descending corridor, notably occurs in this same time period. By 1591, Prospero Alpini finds the well shaft plugged with small debris below the grotto, and John Greaves finds the well shaft plugged about 7 meters from the upper opening in 1639. Nathaniel Davison confirms the upper plugging of the well shaft is from a large granite block in 1763. I previously struggled coming up with a motive for shoving a 300 to 600 pound squared block down the well shaft. This would have been a considerable job and not explainable as playful mischief. But in the context of a campaign to seal off the lower pyramid access, it suddenly makes perfect sense. No doubt the local guides found taking visitors into the well shaft an unpleasant experience. The human incentive to maximize efficiency is universal, and so this pattern repeats itself at the pyramid again and again. You might think entering the Great Pyramid would be no big deal by the 20th century, but researchers John and Morton Edgar write in 1910, quote, "Most visitors to the interior of the pyramid, when they reach the lower end of the Grand Gallery, hesitate to proceed further. The absence of the floor at this part, the long inclined walls, and the high receding roof disappearing into the deep gloom above gives them a feeling of awe and makes them afraid to go on. Indeed, many of the visitors do not penetrate even to the lower north end of the Grand Gallery. The high southeast wall in Al-Mamun's cavity and the steep and very slippery floor of the first ascending passage deter them from proceeding further than the junction of the first ascending passage, and very many more will not even venture inside the pyramid at all. The low, narrow entrance, and above all the smooth, glossy white floor which slopes away so suddenly from them, proves too much for their nerves." End quote. The Edgar brothers further explain the installation of a gate blocking the descending corridor. Quote, "Some years ago, Mr. Covington, with the sanction of Gaston Maspero, placed a padlocked iron gate or grill door on top of this granite stone. His object was not to keep visitors from exploring the lower parts of the Great Pyramid, but rather to prevent Arab guides from blocking up the passage with sand and stones. These guides do not like much work, and if the passage were not closed as it is, thus keeping visitors from requesting to be taken down all the way to the subterranean chamber, a fatiguing journey, they would see to it that such requests were prevented in this other way. End quote. At some point in the mid-20th century, this gate was removed and the granite portcullis stone relocated to just outside the pyramid entrance. However, history was to repeat itself again, as French author Julien Brouchet writes in 1965. When attempting to access the subterranean chamber, he writes, quote, "We would have liked to continue our descent and arrive without incident at the bottom of this slope. Unfortunately, nowadays, the sand invades the end of this passage." End quote. And even today, a locked gate placed below the robbers' tunnel is there to crowd control tourism during regular visiting hours. The incentive to get tourists in and out quickly has transcended time. Now, let's talk about why ancient graffiti wasn't found within the Great Pyramid's upper chambers. It may be that the 4 Greek and Roman authors were deceived about the Upper Pyramid system, but what about anyone else who may have ventured inside before Al-Mamun? An explanation for this begins with an understanding of the psychology of entering a pyramid before electricity and penicillin. Any pyramid left open would quickly become infested with bats and snakes. A dark, slippery void with only a foul-smelling empty room at the end. Venturing inside was only for the brave, and often at the protest of the guides who might accompany you. The inside of a pyramid wasn't a place you would linger. It was to be witnessed and quickly exited before a startled bat extinguished your candle. If you were going to leave your mark inside, you would use a torch and not a chisel. Anything to shorten the effort and get back outside quickly. Furthermore, writing your name in the dark where almost nobody would see it was counterintuitive. This is why the vast majority of graffiti on the Great Pyramid is outside near the entrance or at the summit. These are prominent locations where a tourist might take lunch and have the spare time to make a substantial etching where future visitors could see it. But the ravages of time take their toll on graffiti, and even carvings in stone are worn off of the pyramid's exterior. This postcard from over a century ago shows how much more prominent writing was around the entrance compared to the present day. Ancient graffiti hasn't been found inside other Giza pyramids either, including that of Menkaure, which always had its entrance well advertised. The best testimony about what happens to graffiti inside pyramids comes from Giovanni Belzoni, who was the first to open Khafre's pyramid since the medieval period of Egypt. When he first entered the burial chamber in 1818, he writes, quote, "We examined every part of the walls and observed many scrawls executed with charcoal but in unknown characters and nearly imperceptible. They rubbed off into dust at the slightest touch, and on the wall at the west end of the chamber I perceived the annexed inscription in Arabic. But I must say that these letters were so blotted on the wall that they were scarcely visible. The transcriber was a Copt, who I had brought from Cairo for the purpose, as I would not trust to my own pen, and not being satisfied of his protestations of accuracy, though it was copied under my own eyes, I invited many other persons who were considered as the best skilled in the Arabic language of any in Cairo, and requested them to compare the copy with the original on the wall. They found it perfectly correct, except the concluding word, which indeed appeared obscure. But if it be considered how much that word resembles the right one, we shall find a correct sense, and the whole inscription made out." Belzoni then recites the inscription, quote, "The Master Mohammed Ahmad, stonecutter, has opened them, and the Master Othman attended this opening, and the King Alij Mohammed from the beginning to the closing up." End quote. We are truly indebted to Belzoni for preserving this history, as he saw the evidence fading before his very eyes. What this quick thinking proved was that Khafre's pyramid was opened and sealed during Egypt's medieval period, proving that the local Egyptians were very capable of getting inside. Prior to this, there was no record of Khafre's pyramid ever being open, and every account from antiquity says an entrance could not be found. But the pyramids were always accessible to people in Egypt with influence, and Khafre's pyramid was likely closed up to avoid the labor of taking people inside, just as it was with the Great Pyramid so many times. Belzoni gets ill-informed criticism in Egyptology for writing his name on things he rediscovered, but preserving the history of Egypt was a goal he accomplished. If an explorer entering the pyramids from antiquity was as thorough with their documentation, the evidence would be considered priceless. There are many good reasons why Belzoni's name hasn't been scrubbed from the burial of Khafre. It's a shame nobody documented their visit to the upper chambers of the Great Pyramid in antiquity. The concept of history was still in its infancy, and thus we are left to follow the patterns of human behavior to frame our understanding of this past. And we do have a very clear pattern within the Great Pyramid, where controlling the access of tourists for profit continues to this very day. Even though Herodotus, Diodorus, Strabo, and Pliny never made it to the upper chambers of the Great Pyramid, other people surely must have. Their stories have been lost to time, and their charcoal scrawls have faded away. But the Great Pyramid was never designed to truly hide its chambers, and so curious humans have been finding their way inside ever since the collapse of the Old Kingdom. Thanks to everyone who watched this video to the end. Please subscribe to the channel to see more of this content. Give a like or comment as you see fit, and above all, remember to ask your friends if they take their history for granted.
While history has seen attempts to curtail or even prohibit the consumption of alcohol, its origins are closely tied to the origins of many peoples, so much so that some of the most important pre-Christian theological concepts became expressed by it, and its consumption was even adopted as part of Christian ritual. It was a drink of the gods, gift of the gods, sometimes even the blood of gods. Yet consuming it could bring life, vigor, and knowledge. It was Ushkebehe, the water of life. Yet long before whiskey was ever created, there was a beverage of truly ancient make that embedded itself in the language, history, mythology, and culture of people across the world. While we view the creation of alcohol today as a mundane scientific process, ancient people had a very different view. They didn't and couldn't know the underlying processes at work. To them, its creation was a form of magic and expressed the power of some god. The oldest of those divine drinks was mead, thought to be the oldest alcohol in the world. Honey can be found in the wild, and mixed with water, it ferments naturally over time. Though we can't say for certain where the knowledge of mead first developed, some of our earliest evidence for it was found in Jiahu, China, near the Yellow River, dating to around 7000 BC. Yet despite being the earliest known archaeological evidence for mead, later evidence in China for its use is lacking. When mention of honey appears on oracle bones dating to the Shang period between 1600 and 1000 BC, the word that they use is meat, derived from Tocharian meat, and ultimately Indo-European medhu, meaning both honey and the drink made of it, called mead in English, met in German, medu in Old Church Slavonic, methu in Greek, meth in Welsh, madu in Indo-Iranian. It even made its way into Japanese, mitsu, and Vietnamese, mat. One of the only languages it wasn't preserved in was Latin, which used mel, an old Indo-European synonym for honey, also found in a number of European languages. The spread of this honey-related vocabulary is quite mysterious, but is at the root of the cult of mead. The origin of the Proto-Indo-European word might have some relation to the Proto-Semitic word for sweet. On the other hand, the word might have flowed the other direction, entering Proto-Semitic through the progenitors of the Hittites. In either case, the words for honey in Semitic or ancient Egyptian are completely unrelated. Pre-Indo-European languages such as Basque also have completely unrelated words for honey. On the other hand, while modern Finnish has borrowed the Germanic word honey, derived from the Proto-Indo-European word meaning something like yellowish brown, the Hungarian word mez is actually an extremely ancient borrowing, going back thousands of years to Proto-Finno-Ugric. The progenitors of the Hungarian language and Finnish language were Asian-dwelling hunter-gatherers. It's argued to have been borrowed from the Proto-Tocharian language, dating their interaction with Indo-Europeans to around 3000 BC. Now, surely, they must have known and had their own word for honey before coming into contact with Proto-Indo-Europeans. Why did they adopt a foreign word for it? There are two interrelated reasons. Though archaeological evidence has not, and perhaps cannot, validate this, the Indo-Europeans must have developed a specific cult of mead very early on. It is one of the most shared words of Indo-European vocabulary, as shared as words like mother and father. The process of creating mead, the sacred rituals that it was used in, and the trade of the drink and the honey that made it, must have made a significant impact on people with whom they came in contact with, such that the substance for which they already had a native word for came to take on a foreign name. In addition, it is highly likely that the Indo-Europeans did not simply gather wild honey, as most people had previously, but developed techniques of beekeeping. This would have made a significant impression on those that they came into contact with, and would likely set their honey as something different from wild honey, and likewise serve to explain the adoption of a foreign name, perhaps originally used only for domesticated farm honey, as opposed to wild honey, but eventually coming to refer to everything associated with it. For the importance that the Indo-Europeans placed on honey, it would have been next to impossible for them to be relying on only foraged wild honey. The cult of mead required the development of the art of beekeeping. Now, when exactly this started is very difficult to say, but it likely began with the Eastern hunter-gatherers, even prior to the rise of the Proto-Indo-Europeans. While mead-making traditions likely developed independently in many places around the world, the preponderance of later evidence strongly suggests that it was among the Proto-Indo-Europeans that honey, and the drink made of it, became so important, not only as a drink, but as part of a religious ritual, seen as a conduit for the divine. While other forms of alcohol were known by Proto-Indo-Europeans, it was mead that was the most sacred and elite drink for the steppe-dwelling people since at least 4000 BC. For them, the bee was the mysterious, sacred animal which provided up the key ingredient for this magical brew. Throughout the descendant cultures, the figure of the bee holds a very special place, and the more archaic the culture, the greater reverence is given to it. Though we know that the Proto-Indo-Europeans must have been producing mead for far longer, our earliest evidence comes from the corded ware and bell beaker cultures. These groups are named for their unique pottery styles, and that pottery was used primarily for holding mead and ale. Both were used in rituals, including and especially for the dead. Their pots would be used to make and store the drink in life, and they were also buried with them in death, filled with their favorite brew. This isn't just an assumption. Analysis of the pottery has actually revealed what was kept in it. And in every case, the bell beaker and corded ware cultures were using these pots buried with the dead to keep mead or ale. The practice was so particular that they can be archaeologically identified by this practice alone and distinguished from each other by the types of pots that they used, along with some other details. The Yamnaya also frequently buried their dead with pots, but I haven't yet seen a detailed study of their contents. Likely, however, they too were offering mead and ale to the dead. The Proto-Indo-Europeans were primarily pastoralists, not extensive grain farmers. But there is a theory that the increased focus on growing wheat by the descendant cultures such as corded ware and bell beaker was not motivated by a desire to bake bread or make porridge, but by the production of ale. Ale was widely produced across Europe by the Neolithic farmer population, and was also adopted by Proto-Indo-Europeans. But it was honey that was the more elite product, more difficult to obtain and more limited in quantity. Much greater quantities of ale could be produced with less bee stings, and thus ale was probably the less prestigious, but more common drink, even as early as the dawn of the Bronze Age. While it may be tempting to view this ancient society as just a bunch of drunks addicted to alcohol, there is a little bit more to it than that. Drinking unpurified water carries dangerous risks, and those risks were known by prehistoric peoples. However, they also realized that through the magic of the fermentation process, the water was made safe to drink. The overall alcohol content of these early beverages probably wouldn't have been as strong as their modern counterparts. But given the risks of drinking contaminated water, it was far preferable from a health perspective alone to consume low-strength alcohol. This is why alcohol in our earliest sources, right through to the name of whiskey, is associated with good health. The Proto-Hellenic word for mead was methu. Mycenaeans were still strongly connected with their steppe origins, and had not yet fully embraced the wine-drinking Mediterranean farmer culture. They retained the cult of the mead amongst the elite. Mycenaean art shows enigmatic depictions of bees and flowers. Some even show a god or goddess in the form of a bee. People have long wondered what the particular draw of the bee was to Mycenaeans. The explanation is their irreplaceable role in mead production. Bees were thought to have a special divine connection for their role in the producing of honey. For the Mycenaeans, the bee and the flowers that they were associated with were divine symbols. Some later Greeks, such as Aristotle, even thought that bees did not mate, but emerged spontaneously from the flowers themselves. Homer's Iliad still preserves some of this tradition, as honey is frequently offered to the gods, and wine is often described poetically as melintheia oinon, honey-sweet wine. In the funeral for Patroclus, 2 jars of honey were also put on the fire for him, echoing the ancient traditions of the Proto-Indo-Europeans, and likely the tumulus culture of Central Europe at the time. The Greek word for drunkenness, methi, and amethistos, not drunk, developed in an identical way as the Welsh word for drunk, methu, from the word for mead, showing that in the Proto-Greek period, mead was still the predominant alcohol, with its physical effects directly named for the drink itself. There is solid evidence that honey and mead were originally associated with Apollo. His son Melesios was the god of honey and beekeeping, responsibilities he shared with Aristaios, another son of Apollo. A story exists of a contest between Aristaios and Dionysus, where mead and wine respectively were sampled by the gods. Though the gods liked both, they could only drink a limited amount of mead before tiring of it, but could drink wine without end, and so Dionysus was given first prize. However, this story dates to the classical period, expressing the later preference for wine, likely due to its easier production. A more archaic tradition is connected to Melissa. In myth, it is the name of a nymph or a group of nymphs who introduced honey, from the word for honey, meli, which is cognate with Gaelic meal. They are mentioned by Hesiod, where they are said to have been created by the blood of Uranos falling upon the earth. Hesiod believed that the third race of men had been born of these honey nymphs, who likewise gave their name to the ash tree, due to its honey-like sap. In one tradition, it was the Melissae who fed baby Zeus. Of this bee fostering of Zeus, Diodorus Siculus said, "And the nymphs nurtured the child on a mixture of honey and milk, and gave him upbringing at the udder of a goat, which was called Amalthea. The god, they say, wishing to preserve an immortal memory of his close association with the bees, changed the color of them, making it like copper with the gleam of gold. And since the region lay at a very great altitude, where fierce winds blew about it, and heavy snows fell, he made the bees insensible to such things, and unaffected by them, since they must range over the most wintry stretches." The connection between honey and the divine was so central to Greek religion that some priestesses were actually called Melissa. This was explained by saying that they were as pure and holy as bees, though there was likely a more archaic origin to this. Perhaps they began as the bearers of honey during sacrifices. The priestess of the Delphian Apollo was referred to as Melissa. In the Homeric hymn to Hermes, Apollo bestows upon the god prophecies involving the Thriae nymphs. They were associated with divination from pebbles. Yet these nymphs, dwelling on Mount Parnassus, were imagined as bees with the heads of women. The reverse of this, women with the heads and arms of bees, are found depicted on Mycenaean-era artifacts. Without a doubt, these have a common origin with the Melissae. Just as the Melissae raised Zeus, the Thriae raised Apollo. Now, though Apollo's cult may have handed over these nymphs to Hermes on paper, in practice, Apollo was never totally separated from the bees. One of the god's lovers was Melia, a nymph of Chaos, and their son was the eponymous king of the island. The ancient connection resides in the honey's connection to the divine inspiration. We can see the trace of this in Homer, who describes gifted speakers as using honey-sweet words or having honeyed lips. The mead was connected to the power of speech, art, and knowledge in general, though this element would be best preserved in surviving Germanic traditions. In the Anglo-Saxon poetic tradition, the name of what was effectively a proto-tavern was a mead hall. It was in this hall that the lord or king would reside with his retinue, and thus the mead was closely associated with the nobility. People would gather here for community events, and it also served as a place where the lord would receive guests. Such mead halls feature in the story of Beowulf, and excavated examples of such halls in Denmark dated to the 6th century show several examples which were 50 meters long. In Old English, the word appears as meduseld, with seld meaning hall. It has a direct cognate with Sanskrit medusala, which refers to a tavern, and it was also used by J.R.R. Tolkien for his Meduseld, the name for the Hall of the Kings of Rohan. In Old English surviving poems, mead is mentioned more than any other drink save for wine. Likely this has more to do with the status of the beverage, its mythological connections with poetry and the nobility, than it does with the actual amount of mead consumed by the general population. The reason wine takes top place is due to Christian traditions. With the spread of Christianity in the Middle Ages, wine became the new favored beverage, eventually coming to replace mead, though it remained in small supply, available only through import by the wealthy and the church. In Skaldskaparmál, Snorri Sturluson relates the story of the god named Kvasir. He was formed from the spittle of the gods when they conducted a truce by spitting into a vat. He was renowned for being the most knowledgeable of the gods. It is said, Kvasir went up and down the earth to give instruction to men, and when he came upon the invitation to the abode of certain dwarves, Fjalar and Gjallar, they called him to have a private converse with them, and killed him, letting his blood run into 2 vats and a kettle. The kettle is named Odhrerir, and the vats Son and Bodin. They blended honey with the blood, and the outcome was that mead by virtue of which he who drinks it becomes a skald or scholar. Odin goes through great trouble to try and obtain this magical brew from the otherworld, where, though formed by the dwarves, it was held hostage by the Jotnar, the great obstructive forces of not only the outer cosmos of the material world, but the inner one of the subconscious. The Jotun Suttungr took the mead from the dwarves and brought it to his mountain abode, and he set his daughter Gunnlod to watch over it. Odin sneaked into the mountain, seduced the daughter, and managed to consume all the mead and escape in the form of an eagle. He was chased furiously by Suttungr, which resulted in him spitting, or in some cases crapping, out some of the mead, which resulted in the general abilities present in any substandard poet or common man. But he brought the vast majority of it back to Asgard and filled vats of it. And this was distributed to the gods, and is bestowed upon mortals, which the god chooses. There is or was almost certainly a connection here with the real mead and its effects upon one who consumes it. Alcohol can have a liberating effect on one's mind and body, and that effect was believed to be related to the power of the divinity. The mead of poetry is not a physical thing, but a spiritual state of inspiration and pure knowledge. It was believed to be doled out to people in a predestined way. One cannot achieve more of it than Odin has granted. The name of the god whose blood gave rise to the mead of poetry, Kvasir, is also not a coincidence. Its etymology is rooted in an Indo-European term meaning to become sour, which referred to the process of fermentation. Kvasir on a physical level is effectively the leavening agent or yeast for the creation of alcohol. The same root gave rise to Slavic kvass, a well-known beverage enjoyed in Russia and much of Eastern Europe. It has sometimes been called a fossil beverage because of how kvass is still often made in a very similar way to how all early grain-based alcohols were produced, going back many thousands of years. Now, here's something to consider. The god whose blood made the mead of poetry is the leavening agent of knowledge, Kvasir. While on the physical level, he is that which transforms the honeyed water into mead. He exists also within you. His blood is quite literally in your blood, representing your potential knowledge and skill. Like the fermentation transforms the water and honey into mead, so Kvasir turns observations into knowledge, tasks into art, and speech into poetry. Perhaps unexpectedly, in many ways it is the Vedic tradition which most closely resembles the story of Odin and the mead of poetry. Only in that case, it may not actually be mead, but a new beverage. In a very ancient period of Indo-Iranian tradition, mead was the beverage of choice. The Indo-Iranian language and culture developed in the Santashta culture, a group who emerged from an eastward movement of the corded ware, and thus shares a common origin with Germanic, Celtic, and other European peoples. The Bronze Age Indo-Iranians had another preferred drink, however, which replaced mead, likely developed from local traditions that they encountered. They elevated this drink to the status of a god, akin in many ways to Kvasir. Soma. The word is derived from the Proto-Indo-European seu, meaning to press. It was created from the juices pressed from a special plant, which the texts call by the same name, though scholars are unsure of exactly which plant was originally used. Some even think that soma was a form of mead, to which the juice of a specific plant was later added. There are also numerous references which associate honey as well as milk with the drink. In a hymn to the Ashvins, it says, "To you in praise of sweetness sang the honey bee. Ausia calleth you in Soma's rapturous joy. Ye do upon yourselves the spirit of Daya, and the horse's head uttered his words to you." As early as the Rig Veda, a basic story of Soma was present. It was held captive in the sky or a mountain, where it was found and taken away by an eagle, who bore it back for the benefit of gods and men. Sometimes the finding of the Soma is ascribed to Indra, other times the Ashvins or Agni. Though greatly expanded and altered through later centuries, the core of this story is nearly identical to that in Norse myth, where Odin, in the form of an eagle, brings the mead of poetry out of the mountain held by the giant for the benefit of gods and men. Though referring to a different drink, the core mythology and importance of it remains exactly the same. The gods, especially Indra and Agni, were believed to drink it in vast quantities. The Soma ritual was one of the most important Vedic rituals. A hymn from the Rig Veda recalls its offering. "For thee, O Lord of light, are shed these Soma drops, and grass is strewn. Bring Indra to his worshippers. May Indra give thee skill and light of heaven, wealth to his votary, and priests who praise him." Though the specific drink changed, the importance of the ritual drink, which provided physical and psychological effects, remained, and even reached an entirely new level of importance during the Vedic period. Celtic languages have numerous words derived from the root. Proto-Celtic medu gives us meag in Scottish Gaelic, mea in Irish, and Welsh medd. The Proto-Celtic offshoot word, medwos, meaning pertaining to mead, in Welsh became meddu, and in Irish, meddiv, meaning the same thing, drunk. Yes, the name Maeve means drunk. Maeve symbolizes the drink of sovereignty, which they need to possess in order to lay divine claim to rule. Upon the coronation of a king, they were required to drink the sacred mead of sovereignty. In a tale involving the legendary King Conn, the god Lugh bestows such a drink upon him. Lugh also seems to have been associated with exactly the same type of concept as the mead of poetry. In the poem the doorkeeper said to the noble warrior. The god explains his abilities in the following way. I am a poet from Ewin Ablach, of swans and ewes. Is there a craftsman in the house in which the company is, the hostel, that can leap upon a bubble without it breaking? An offer for his recounting, swimming over the unknown waters, bearing a vat on the back of my arm, are two arts in my capacity. One might wonder how this information alone conveys to the doorkeeper that the god possesses every art. Both statements of Lugh subtly convey it. Weightlessness in Gaelic tradition is associated with states of prophetic mania, and the vat which he carries swimming over the waters is filled with mead of the other world, the equivalent of the Norse mead of poetry. Archaeological evidence shows that the beverage of status among Proto-Celts was mead. While the common man drank mostly beer, the Celtic elite saw mead as their prestige drink, later supplanted to some extent in the late Iron Age by imported Greek and Roman wine. The reason for this may not be only rooted in rarity, but in custom developed since the Neolithic. Metheglin is a special spiced mead created by the Welsh. Braggot is another Welsh type, which combines both honey and ale. The type may have been mentioned as early as the ancient Greek writer and traveler Pytheas, one of the earliest Greeks to travel throughout northern Europe. He mentions that the people of Thule created a type of mead combined with grains. At the site of the High Kingship of Ireland, Tewer or Tara, one of the most important and most mentioned buildings was the Tech Mead Huarda, House of the Mead Circuit. Provincial and local kings all had their own, although slightly less prestigious, mead houses. Some of that Celtic love of mead is expressed in early medieval Welsh poetry in the Book of Taliesin, Cani y Medd, the Song to Mead. May Malgwyn of Mona be affected with mead and affect us, from the foaming mead horns, with the choice pure liquor, which the bees collect and do not enjoy. Mead distilled sparkling, its praise is everywhere. Many references are to be found in the medieval writings of the Welsh, showing that the drink of nobility, and perhaps especially the bards, was mead, who still viewed it with a certain sacred air. In the poem of the Gododin, the martial qualities of mead are extolled. Before Gododin's forces were shunned, pressed hard for the land of Manawyd, he would spare neither mail shirt nor shield. None could, on mead he was nourished, ward off the stroke of Cadfanan. The mead was also a payment of sorts for the warriors, who were gifted it by the lord who commanded their service. Gododin's war band on shaggy mounts, steeds the hue of swans in full harness, fighting for Edin's treasure and mead. But there was also a darker side. The mead was drunk by these warriors in preparation for battle. It may have been the continuation of the ancient cult practices, but the battle went disastrously for the Britons. The Gododin is a praise poem to honor the men who died in that battle, and the poet often invokes the mead as the instrument of their doom, not because they were drunk while fighting, but because their commitment to the doomed battle had been secured through the gifting of mead. From Catraith, from catastrophe, from Bryn Hithun before it fell, after holding bright mead in hand, never a one saw his father. Men launched the assault, moving as one. Short were their lives, made drunk by pure mead. Minethaug's band, renowned in battle, for a feast of mead they gave their lives. The Slavs likewise have a powerful mead culture. In some places, mead retains a wide popularity, especially in Poland. Archaeological evidence from the early medieval period, identified as Slavic, has found ceramic beehives and wooden bee shelters, large brewing vats, and fermentation jars, with the earliest evidence tracing back to eastern Poland and Belarus, believed to be the heartland of the Slavs before their migrations. Just like their corded-ware ancestors, the Slavs continued the tradition of producing and using mead in rituals, including for the dead, well into the medieval period. Throughout the territory of the Kievan Rus and into Greater Moravia, modern-day Czechia and Slovakia, early medieval Slavs were still buried together with vessels containing traces of honey. Yet we not only have archaeological evidence for the association between mead and ritual, but historical accounts. The primary chronicle, written in the 12th century, preserves an account of a ritual use of mead. Olga then sent to the Derevlians the following message: "I am now coming to you, so prepare great quantities of mead in the city where you killed my husband, that I may weep over his grave and hold a funeral feast for him." When they heard these words, they gathered great quantities of honey and brewed mead. In this case, it isn't clear if the mead was actually offered to the dead or was simply used as part of the funeral feast, but likely the difference is small. In another case, a celebratory nature is recorded. After he had thus escaped, Vladimir founded the church and made ready a great festival, for which he caused to be brewed 300 kettles of mead. With the thought that the weak and the sick could not easily reach his palace, he arranged that wagons should be brought in, and after having them loaded with bread, meat, fish, various fruits, mead in casks, and kvass, he ordered them driven out through the city. It is often a drink that appears in Slavic fairy tales, awarded to heroes or as a type of otherworld drink that empowers them. The bear has been popularly associated with Russia, and in Russian it is called Medved, meaning the honey eater. In Slavic lands, mead was not supplanted as the primary drink until the Industrial Revolution. The invention of distillation processes, which allowed the creation of drinks like vodka, eventually saw